go. Come on. All right, welcome everyone. Uh, first and foremost, I just want to congratulate friends of the Cradle Control community, I get, or the Sylvan Syndicate community, right? In yesterday's LCQ, I scrubbed out personally, so didn't do too hot. But I'm glad the two participants who got the 5-0 to qualify for the showcase qualifier we were part of the Sylvan Syndicate as I mentioned. So those were Jörg Heinrich, my good friend, and Tony Murata, Cloud Post aficionado. I'll bring up their list real quickly, just for anybody who's curious. It's probably here, but here we go. Last chance. So Jörg played Doomsday. It does have green in the form of what is it called? Edge of Autumn. It looks like he played a list very similar to my good friend Max Gilmore's list from the showcase, two showcases ago, I guess. And then, of course, Tony Murata into play here with his trademark Cloud Post deck. And then we can take a look at that, I guess. Pretty standard list, I believe. Very notably, a lot of white initiative here. And it appears to me, at least, that white initiative is now the most popular deck probably in Legacy, even more than Delver, because people are tired of Delver, I think, of playing it. And I think it, at least from the showcase, had a good Delver matchup. I think it beat Delver more times than Delver beat it. I think the bad matchups at the moment for White Initiative are Fast Combo is probably the one that it struggles with, right? So Doomsday obviously being a good meta call here by Jörg. I don't know the Cloud Post versus Initiative matchup, but I can see it kind of going either way. Like I can see a scenario where like they kind of run away with the matchup because there's no removal. But on the other side, Cloud Post traditionally has been able to fog a lot of these creature decks. So I'm not too familiar with the matchup myself. If I were to have guessed, I wouldn't have thought it would be great for Cloud Post because, like I said, it has no removal. But I'm not an expert on the Cloud Post archetype. So Tony would probably be the best person to defer to on that. All right. Anyways, I think tonight's stream is going to be pretty interesting because I think we're going to do something that I haven't done in a few months now, which is essentially try to reinvent the wheel slash. I think it's time we adapt and well, not even, adapt's not even the right word. I think evolve is probably the right word because we have been sitting in this position. I guess I'll bring up. Okay, let's bring up the Cradle control list that I guess had the most success recently, which is the list that what is it called? It would be the list that Curran played to a perfect record. Let me find it. Here we go. It would be the list that Curran played to a perfect record in the challenge on a little bit more than a week and a half ago. And it's pretty stock here. I think the only differences from his list and mine is he had the Caracas and he had the second Goris in the sideboard. I think everything else is more or less the same. I think he had Shriekmaw, whereas I think I played something else in that slot. Might have been the third snuff, I don't remember. But and actually, if you want to take a look at my latest list, I guess the one from the showcase is here with 4 snuff outs. So this is the list. I went 6-3 in the showcase. Another Cradle player also on Fiend Artisan went 7-2. I don't know who the Witch Cling is, but actually here, let me zoom up so that you can see on the side. Yeah, so here the Witch Cling and myself, right, 21st and 29th. They went 7-2. I went 6-3. Jurg also went 6-3, but didn't make top 32, unfortunately. I did lose my last match, and my opponent did top 8. So I do think like we're not too far away from resolving the format, so to speak. I think we. If you had asked me a week ago at this time, and I didn't. Full disclosure, I did not really play during Thanksgiving week because I was out of town. I think I mentioned that in my previous stream. But if you had asked me a week ago, I would have said we were the best deck in Legacy. And I'm not afraid to say that. However, I do think one of the reasons why we were in a very good spot a week ago was because I think we were one of the few decks with a good initiative matchup. Now, since then, I think they have taken notice and have adapted in the sense that they have increased the number of sideboard hate against us. Notably, the increase in Aven Mind Sensor, Containment Priest, I think was already there, but like there seems to be like 8 cards coming in against Elves specifically. Now, that was reflected in the showcase. I saw overall Elves. Granted, some of this includes Nettle data, which kind of distorts some of the data. I don't know what the split was between Nettle and Fiend Artisan, but I think I saw Elves go in totality 3-9 against Initiative. Whereas the week before, a lot of the Initiative players were telling me Elves was their worst matchup out of the winners metagame, so to speak. I personally in the showcase went 1-1. So you remove that. Really, it removed my data. The other pilots went 2-8, which is not good. Because the total was 3-9, right? I went 1-1, and then to be fair, I think in the one win I had, that probably could have easily been a loss too. Notably, I did draw Progenitors the turn before I was gonna cast Natural Order, right? But okay, I think that's too much now into semantics. I think what everybody's here for is tonight. I advertised this on Twitter. Is we're gonna start deck building and from the ground up try to rebuild the deck to evolve, right? Because we're kind of forced to now, I think. Now, here's what I had as a template for Cradle Control and I had this a while ago because obviously Mindbreak Trap is still in the sideboard, right? I like consider these kind of the core cards in some fashion. I think what we're going to do here, okay, there's 2 Bayous. The mana base has a Caracas, notably that's like real bad, right? I think we can cut that. We can cut the Mindbreak Traps. The card I really wanted to test tonight is right here. I think we want to play 4 Grief. Now, you're going to be like, what? Can we support Grief? And I had a thought today, and this card notably interacts really well with Grief. And that's why I called tonight's stream Golgari scam, right? Like, I independently came up with this. Well, I wouldn't say I independently. I like faced against these kind of decks in Legacy, like that were like real fringe, with white and black, flicker effects more or less, right? You want to call it what it is, like Ephemerate plus Malachur Rebirth / like those kind of Undying Evil type effects. Notably, this being a land is actually highly, highly relevant in our deck. And I think given how strong the mana base is, and given the fact that Fiend Artisan can be cast off this, I think we can play at least 2, maybe 3, right? And go up to 24 effective lands. That doesn't leave too much play area. And I think before I had more than 1 Endurance in the main. I don't like that when I'm playing the Griefs as well. And I think as of right now, that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's probably the bare minimum for the number of black cards. I think also our 1-drop count is like pretty low. I think we want... There's an argument to be made like how much of the elf package we want to keep. Now, I think, given that we're kind of not leaning as much on the dependencies, let's see, how much can we actually fit here? If we play, let's just say 2 wirewood, like in theory. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Essentially, what happens is when we play Grief, we kind of want to be able to hard cast it too. So I think we want black mana. So that depends on Birds of Paradise, which was good at the time to cast, Esper Sentinel when we 5-0'd with it. Let me bring that up for a second. But I think given that we need a class black, and given that initiative is a thing, we want creatures that can attack for damage. So Ignoble is probably just better in the current Legacy metagame. Given that we don't need access to white, blue, or what am I missing? White, blue, or actually, yeah, we're just white and blue, right? Let me bring it up here, just for like background, I guess. Here is the list. I'm gonna bring up the list that I 5-0'd with kind of the core shell before saying anything's kind of possible, right? In this kind of shell. All right, so here's what I tweeted out like October 10th. So almost a month and a half ago, right? A little bit more than that. I 5-0 with this list. I called it Will Ferrell because there's only one elf left, right? One outsourced shepherd. We have total 13 1-drops, and then the rest is like fairly straightforward, right? We have an Ava Mind Sensor instead of an opposition agent because we want to be on color, but more or less everything's like the same. I'm gonna close this. I think given that we want to keep the 1-drop density high, I think we definitely want the first shepherd at minimum. I don't think it's, to be honest, great because we're cutting on elves, like, and we even have Grief to protect natural order. I think 1 is probably enough, and then maybe just fill out the rest of the deck with just dorks, right? Like, so do we just go to 8 dorks? That seems like not correct. We could play the part of the Wirewood package, but I don't love that. All right, I guess. Let me see. I closed this too quickly. I think I had 4 endurances. Let me see for reference. Now I kind of regret closing it. It didn't get published, unfortunately, too, that week, so I can't just Google it on Goldfish. Do some rewind. October 10th, I saw at least. All right, here we go. Oh, we have Spear Guides and no other 2-drop. So I think if we want to potentially just play it safe, maybe just more Mad Dorks. Seems pretty safe. We want at least another Bop, I think, and maybe another one. I wonder if 8 Bops is just way too much. I mean, eight Dorks. We could go. Yeah, I don't know if Waterwood just does anything in this kind of list, right? Probably not. Do we just mass out on dorks? Could do that, something like that. The other thing this almost feels like Pioneer, right? Or like Modern. It's exactly 60. All right, let's try to build a sideboard, I guess. We don't want Leyline anymore. Play Noxious Revival at 2 to the deck. Oops. I think given our mana base, we can probably support the 1 Magus. That probably has a lot of value. Removal, I think Snuff Out is at an all-time premium. So that. Notably, pitches to Grief too, which is relevant in some matchups. Where is the Snuff Out? Yeah, so we could go with something like this. Seems reasonable enough. The creature count is notably still pretty high, right? So I think that could be all we want. Trying to think if I'm forgetting something. Obviously, we could like go even more all in on the like reanimation type effects because of the grief. But all right, let's see how does it map against Delver first of all. One, two, three, four, uh, 5 cards up, 6 cards I want to board out. We have like 7 cards potentially we want to bring in. That's not the worst. Like grief is not great, notably, right? One, two, three, four. There's a kind of a lot of combo hate too. Snuff out. Might be okay, to be honest. We could just kind of wing it too. I don't remember what I played actually. Let's see. What did I play in the showcase? All right, here's my showcase list. Oh, I have Force of Vigor. Probably want room for that. So, given that, maybe we. Man, it sucks to cut a Snuff out at the moment, though. Maybe that's okay. And the Magus, maybe it's just not worth it. It can get people, but I don't even know we need it, to be honest. I think I like the Force of Vigor. So more or less the same sideboard from before. And we can, I guess, keep Grief in against, I don't love that, but maybe keep Grief in against Delver. Alright, whatever. We'll try it. I think this is just for learning purposes anyways, right? We can tune as we go. I could have boarded a Magus, but I'm not even sure it's necessary. Also, a little bit awkward with all of our double black cards. So maybe that's the reason not to play it. Alright, maybe our land count is way too high, right? Sure, I guess I'll keep. I don't love it though. Hi, Straz Daddy. Thank you for the raid, and welcome everybody from Straz Daddy's stream. Yeah, we are like. Thank you for the follow, Vic Vega 82. I think here we can just go ahead and like go turn one ignoble and see what they do. They're probably really confused after this. Hope you had a good stream, by the way, Straz Daddy. I'd be curious how you did. Oh, it is the mirror. Interesting. Nettle Sentinel. That's good to hear, Straz. What was your other loss against? I'd be curious. Hey, how's it going, Wikipelius? All right. We could just like kill the Arbor and then like their mana tends to be like super fragile. The other line we could do here, and it's not great, is just like Reclaimer. That doesn't seem great. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Let's go with that. This might just like cripple them. Also a deck that ran Show and Tell Dreadnought and some. Oh jeez, I know that deck. There's a guy at my LGS that likes to play that. I lost to that in like a thing a long time ago. Like I know that Nettle builds, their mana base is just hideous. So like I'm okay going for the cheese play there because my other options weren't great. And it just you could just win on the spot, right? Is DNT a bad matchup for B? I don't know. This is my first match ever playing this. All right. Oh, I didn't update the stream deck dot, unfortunately. Are we? Is ACAST normally a hard matchup for Maverick, Straz Daddy? This also kind of tests the theory, right? Can you just play anything in this shell and still win? Okay, sure. That card is very slow. Seed. Wow, that's some hateful cards there. I don't think we care. Cool interaction here. We can Malachur, Natural Order. Oh, I messed up. I didn't realize they were attacking the thing. I should have. That was a mistake. I should have blocked and then pumped because I get the extra one. That was bad. I'm gonna need a list at some point. And what are we doing, dear God? Yeah, I got caught off guard and wasn't paying attention, unfortunately. What am I doing? I am not really. This is bad. I am like not paying attention and like messing up as a result. I technically had lethal, and I just like wasn't paying attention. Could get punished here big time. Like we had lethal on board, and I'm just like not paying attention because the Birds of Paradise looks funny to me. Hopefully there's a whiffed. Nope. Ah, that's man. Yeah, good luck with that, Kern. I need to improve here at communicating and playing at the same time. I should have won this game here. Like I had lethal on board and just like not paid didn't pay attention. Multiple misplays by me here. All right. I am not good at multitasking, unfortunately. I don't know if we want the Malakir here. It's like a race almost. I think it's both, right? I'm testing it, and it could be better than Cradle Control, like in theory. I don't think I want that. It's probably slow. Just cut that. There's kind of combo matchup. Sure. Kind of wish I had Plague Engineer in this list. That is something I probably should be playing. Now that I think about it. But yeah, punt count is already 1. An irrelevant card. Do I care? I don't think we actually care about that card. I am running 8 dorks because I just couldn't think of anything else to run. I think here we can go ahead and just like naturally grief them. The one card that matters. Oh, I should have. I should have attacked with the menace. It's not a big deal. I think now is as good a time as any. They probably play the Arbor for turn. Yeah. Wait, there's the black spell into Nora, getting back that creature to make the hook attack more. Yeah. I was gonna do it, and I just like brain farted that first game. But like we're pretty ahead here. Huh. It's a lot of damage. I think I'm just gonna like YOLO. Math is for blockers. $16, $22. It's a lot of they lose their whole board, so I don't think I care. Alright, I think I like how I boarded that game. The numbers might be off, but we'll figure that out later. I'm running 8 dorks just because I couldn't think of anything else to run. I could run more Shepherd, but I just don't even think Shepherd's that good. Like, I think this is a very overrated card. Especially in this build where there's like not that high. Ooh, that's pretty good. Did the elf player not know they gave trample? Weird block, they could have just conceded. Yeah. They needed, well, they're going to lose everything anyways. Decent chance I'm supposed to, let's keep. The question here is, do I seize or do I grief, like evoke turn 1? Maybe, like, the combo's pretty sick. And there's no way they're playing around. Like, they can beat that, I think. Scab News. Why is that still in the deck? So, yeah, the question here is, do we extract value? I think I feel safe. Just we're not in a rush, so I think I'm just gonna do this, see what they have. I don't think the ooze does anything against us, to be honest. I think we take the heritage, snuff out the land. They're probably just dead. Yeah, they're on a mode of 5, so I'm definitely a seizing. Like, their hand like is pretty bad now. They get an ooze, but that's like pretty awful. Like, they don't have anything going on. Sure. And then we can hard cast Grief starting next turn. Sure. That's kind of annoying. We can't cast. We can't get our Grief for value. Hmm. I feel like I don't want them to have any kind of mana. Snuff. No, we definitely snuff the Arbor, in my opinion. We. I am. In my opinion, we definitely snuff out the Arbor. We still can be bailed out here, and we can have infinite blocks. That's pretty good, actually, too. It's there is a possibility I'm supposed to hit that Cradle, but I don't want to do that. I think just to be sure. One, two, three, four. I think we have to double block soon. I think we hold the Boseiju. Feels bad though to do that. Unfortunate. No one land cast hoof. It takes Cradle 2 lands, so I think holding is correct. Our opponent is not playing the best too, which is helping our very sloppy first game. Um, do we even care here to hit the cradle? It could matter. If they hoof us here, how much can we take? We can take 6. It's probably be okay. So it's probably fine. All right, a useless card. Like like, I wonder if we're supposed to just hit the cradle. I feel like we're not. That's pretty good. We could just get opposition agent too right now, but then we'll be tapped out. Oh, there's no world I'm not doing that. Just so we don't die, right? I don't even think we need to do anything, to be honest. We have lethal next turn. Actually, maybe we're supposed to agent. That's the one thing I'm supposed to do. I think it's lethal here. Although they natural order. They didn't. So again, I'm playing like super sloppily, but luckily not punished. Tell me that's an opposition agent. All right. We played really poorly, but we got away with it. All right. Here's the list for everybody tuning in from Straz Daddy's stream. So, just Golgari colors. I thought about playing a Magus, but not enough room. I wanted to play more interaction main. Like endurance is okay, but there's holes in the kind of disruption that endurance provides. It's good against graveyard decks and it's good against Doomsday, but I think discard is just better in general. So I wanted to test the grief. That's the theory behind it. Obviously the sideboard is probably not optimal as is. We're just guessing, right? And I just like played a fairly generic sideboard. And then here I'm just playing 8 dorks because I don't think I want to go off color for something like an Esper Sentinel or Mom. Um, like green matters a lot for natural order. I think you still want the one shepherd to force natural order through. Everything else is just like up for debate, right? Malachor Rebirth is a card that occurred to me that is good with grief and is good to pitch to grief, which is why I'm testing it the way I am. I've been running 4 endurance mate and they have been amazing. Yes, I can see that definitely. Um, I kind of know what the baseline is for 4 endurance. The curve is a little bit high, but so is this. I'm just trying to see if we can, I guess, take the deck one step further, right? Like, we, I think with how Legacy has become kind of like vintage from a few years ago in terms of power level, we can't just really sit on our laurels when there's like a new deck that's like very good now, right? That we need to compete with and pulling a lot of hate for us. So I definitely think we can play the endurances main, and they've been fine. I tried a list. It was like I think I went 4-1. But again, I think let's see if we can improve on that. Is the point, right? And the big dis- the big breakthrough, so to speak, was I always wanted to play this card because I thought that there was a lot of potential after Fiend Artisan got adapted, right? Like the black count is suddenly high enough. I just didn't know what else to play, right? To fulfill the rest of like I didn't want cards that made myself suddenly weak to graveyard hate, so I didn't really want to play cards like I don't know, reanimate or like that kind of thing. Also, it's not a creature, which hurts. Like Malika Rebirth being a land I can recycle into a Cradle is part of the appeal. I wonder if we're supposed to just turn one seeds here, right? I wonder if that's the case. Found Edge to be almost good in every match. Good against. Yes, it was really good. And I would have said a week ago Endurance was amazing. The problem is it's not very good against Initiative. Here, it's like, okay, do we seize turn one? The problem is we seize turn one. Okay, well, first of all, we'll get a basic and play safe. We'll see what our Once Upon a Time sees. Ignoble, and that's it. So I think given that, I don't think we're allowed to pitch the Fiend Artisan because we have no action. We can once for Malik or no. We cannot. It's it's the same reason why Oops All Spells doesn't see those cards, right? I wish that would be amazing. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if we just flood the board here. We can artisan. Make a reverse one for us, please. Yeah, for sure. I think here we want to go ignoble into. We do it the other way. Next turn we have 4 mana. I think we just want to bait removal. Swords and Knight of the Reliquary. Sure. I think we take the swords. The Knight is going to be probably too slow. Endurance doesn't matter at all. Get, get into double exalted triggers here. Pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean, right? We take the swords, we protect the Fiend Artisan. This is like Dread Horde, right? You untap it, like your opponent doesn't even want to play the game. Like it's that demoralizing. All right, I think we're like probably very favored in this matchup. We have like insane removal against them. Progenitus is insane. Endurance might be okay. Do we care about punishing fire? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I actually think Grief is not particularly good here. I think we want all the dorks. Probably even all the lands, to be honest. Opposition Agent is really good. That is not. I've tried it in a Yorion build. I found it unnecessary, which is why I've actually advocated to the Maverick community. I think they can cut the card and just play like Fiend Artisan plus Fiend Artisan in a mana denial shell, right? Like instead of you can still play that many Cradles. You can still play Wasteland, to be honest. There's like a lot of flexibility in the shell. You can. I feel like they don't need Knight of the Reliquary, but I know that is like a very pet card of theirs. So I'm not one to tell them what to do, but my suggestion would be to play with the idea of cutting Knight of the Reliquary. I did not find it very useful in this build, for what it's worth. Endurance really only hits whatever. I feel like it's probably still better than Grief in this kind of matchup. And then I'll just keep the rest. Obviously, I'm selling Grief short. It did protect my Fiend Artisan draw a concession by taking these the Sword Splashers. Ooh. Fortunately, 2 cards we can't cast. This is better, but not great. I hope in this stream we will pitch Progenitus to Grief. That would be pretty sick. Oof. Oh man. This is like the major greeds, right? They're running the Punishing Fire combo plus Stoneforge Mystic. Fails to find? What? Alright, I'm kind of confused. What's going on? I think I'm gonna save the Green Sun. Maybe they have a Cauldron in hand or something. I don't know. Maybe they're playing like 1 Stoneforge. Sorry, 2 Stoneforge, 1 Cauldron. That's the only thing I can think of. Why they failed to find. Yeah. Now it makes sense, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Ugh, not what I want to see. Gris is kind of awkward here because the Cauldron's there. I think we take the land and then we ramp. They left 1 white, which is like kind of curious. I wonder why they would do that. I'm just gonna pass, and then hopefully we get a hard cast hoof next turn. They left the Swords to Plowshares. That's like, I mean, they must have that, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense why they tapped the way they did otherwise. Here comes the Swords. Probably on Reclaimer. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're a little bit short, but I think that's fine. Their clock is kind of slow right now. I think they, I don't want to jinx ourselves. I think the only thing we're afraid of is maybe like a GT natural. Oh my god, what the heck? Alright, that's... Thank you, Moses. Well, that was kind of backbreaking. I just don't know... I'd be curious if this is a stock list because I have concerns how a list like this beats combo. Also, shout out to the Maverick community. I didn't. Straz Daddy rated me earlier, so I want to give props to them too. So like, I don't know what list Straz Daddy is playing at the moment, but I know he, Dukes, and like some of the other Maverick community have been very nice to interact with. The few times, oh my god, speaking of GT, I don't know. I've seen this card played. Yeah, Mark definitely loves his Maverick deck. So does Dukes, for what it's worth. I played stock green post for over a year. I never once beat an opposition agent. Yeah, I definitely believe that. Like my record ever since playing opposition agent in a fiend shell against post has been very good. I think I might have lost it like once. This is a disaster. I don't think we're beating that kind of hand. Might have to scoop, right? I think well they all went face, which is kind of curious. I guess they don't care if any of this dies. Yeah. All right. Interesting games. We definitely are a little bit weak to these kind of fury type effects. Question is, do we? What is this still doing in the deck? I think we have to cut it. I think we want to collect oof. The bog is probably okay. Whatever. I think it's probably fine. The game plan post board is just like try to get progenitors. I might have to rework the mana base. I keep drawing these horrible hands. I think this is a keep, and maybe we toss back a land? Yeah. There's a good chance we're gonna draw. There's a good chance we're gonna draw another land, so I think we'll do that. I think I like, you know, keeping both artisans and the snuff out. This card is absurd. In hindsight, it was a little bit dangerous actually. I don't have another one drop, so that could have been ended real badly for us. I think we hit that now because we can't hit it later. Sucks to maul, but it is what it is. I think the Malachur has been kind of bad so far, unfortunately. Makes me sad because that's one of the interactions I was excited for tonight. Or maybe 2 is the right number. Because we do have, we've been flooded a little bit. And it's been kind of dead otherwise, right? Sure. I think they need mana, so I'm just gonna like attack their mana here. The question here is, do we tick down or tick? I think we tick. This is tough. Because we tick down, it could be real bad for us too. I think we just protect this in case they have like something like a GTA equip going on or something or whatnot. So having the second artisan here has been kind of bad for us. We probably should have kept the land. We didn't draw another land. We played the percentages and didn't work out. I just didn't like the fact that if they... Oh man, yeah, they fired Justice here. Oh my god, you just jinxed us, didn't you, Mike? That is not the play I would recommend if I were them. It's just gonna die to a Gris. Oops, I should have attacked first, so I missed the point of damage. Yeah, you didn't jinx it, that's true, Mike. So, essentially, we're stuck on mana, so I wanted to... I wanted to just, like, turn the Reclaimer into a mana, right? Like, given that we're stuck on lands. I feel like we're gonna lose this game because I did not keep land. Oh, see, Mike, you jinxed it. That was on me. Why was that on me? Alright, let's see if good old Tarmogoyf can settle us down here. How many Fiery Justices are they playing? Jesus Christ. To have... Oh my god. To have seen it both games. I think we bash. It's actually quite annoying with the spot that we're in at the moment. Luckily, they don't have much of a clock, at least. Definitely getting land here. I'm still feeling okay about this game. That Fire Justice was pretty nasty though. Okay, now I feel a little bit worse about our position here. The artisan here is not really doing anything. I think I'm gonna pitch for an agent. Stop the Nine Reliquary. Don't tell me they have removal. If they did, they would have done it on end step. Because they want to attack with Knight anyways. So they would have to at least top deck it. I think we can take 5. That's not a big deal. We're just waiting for natural order here, like we always are. Sure. Excuse me. Ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive. That's a lot of damage. It should be lethal, I believe. All right, let's see. They have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think they have swords, otherwise they would have used it. So that's a virtual 19 plus 7. That's a lot of damage. Okay, I'm not even gonna count. Forget it. Yeah. Not to mention the endurance like does things too, right? You can like shrink them right now. I'm not playing around swords because they would have swords this a while ago. This is why I think I would probably build Maverick a little bit differently because just the free win equity of natural order, right? It's just like, oh, it's a even board stay on both sides. You just play a 1 card win, right? So they absorb 5. It's still like a million. I don't think they realize that there's trample. Yeah. All right. 2-0. I think this match we probably played a little bit better. We were a little bit in danger when we didn't have that second land, but third land. But I think it's generally okay. I'm gonna take a quick break and use the restroom. Yeah, if they had saw trample, I think they would have conceded a while ago. But I'm use a restroom, take a quick break, and come back. I'll bring up the deck list again. It's just like running all the broken Golgari cards, more or less, right? I am back again. Uh, there's a very high chance the list is not even refined, but I think we'll take given our 2-0 start. Definitely did not play very well in the first round. I think the second round played a little bit better. We lost to Fiery Justice in game 2, but I don't think that there's any shame in that, to be honest. Again, this has all been theory crafting. If you want to catch how I arrived at this list, it's in the first part of the stream. Drayton. I played against them the other day. I don't remember what they're on though. I think I keep this. By far, the weakest card, unfortunately, has felt like Malika Rebirth. Alright, looks like... Oh my god. I hate this matchup. Okay. This matchup is... I remember what they're on now. They're on the mono black hate deck. This matchup is very difficult. So... I think I want to fetch now, plus... If they try to attack, I can block the Shieldred and just like keep getting ahead that way, so to speak. If I want to ramp... Oh, actually, ramping doesn't do any good because I'm wasting mana, right? You don't want to waste mana, typically, on this kind of deck. I don't actually think we care about the Shieldred. We're gonna chomp. Presumably, yeah, they attack the Gris. We chomp. And then now we have a token generator every turn. Alright, this is a Telegraph Opposition Agent if I've ever seen one. I've been got by people who like F6 and then not like I don't want to like die to that and assume anymore. Do we even care? I think we leave the option just in case. Hell, sure. Interesting. Okay, I can get a whatever this turn. Actually, I'll pass. I don't think we care. I think I'm gonna shut off their colored mana first, actually. Oh, I must have. I screwed that up. What am I doing? I'm supposed to like have up. I'm supposed to have up reclaimer artist activation. Like I don't know why I did that. Now it's gonna cost me. Right? Because I have lethal next turn, and now I like screwed that up. I think we play it safe here. And just like grief them. Sure. Plus. Sure. I think we have it, luckily. As much as we kind of threw this game. We like threw the previous turn, but luckily they're just like cold to this collector oof, which is like kind of funny. Alright, we're not going to throw a second time. We're going to end step, get Cradle, and then lock it up. Sure, that doesn't matter, I don't think. Sure. Alright, no need to mill ourselves for no reason, for any reason. We'll just go ahead and lethal them right now. It's like more than enough. Yeah, alright. I think we want Progenitus. I think we want the Force. I think in this kind of matchup, Seize is probably pretty good. It's kind of nice too because we don't actually need black anymore. Like, we can just like grief pitch Seize and like go that turn one. That's pretty good. Excuse me. I don't think we want Agent or Bog. The black source could matter against him. I don't think we want Shepherd. Alright, where are we? We have to cut something now. This is where I think it gets hard. Are we cutting the Malachor Rebirth? Actually, we are because they have Leyline. Although the black count is kind of low. Okay. We're like dead to an opposition agent, but not sure we can afford to aggressively mull. Sure. Also, that happens, right? Like sometimes they just have discard, and if you aggressively mull to something, you just get punished by discard. The other thing is like part of the rationale for trying this build is with every iteration or progression of elves, I use that loosely now in quotations, it's always been the removal of a weakness in the deck, so to speak, right? The removal of elves has made us more immune, so to speak, to what is it called? Plague Engineer. And uh-oh. It's annoying. Let's see what they get. Probably the coding. Alright, we can make it so that they don't tutor a second time by playing the Ignoble into the Fiend Artisan. If we play Ignoble Reclaimer, that still leaves us with an extra mana. I think it's probably correct to do this. Into this. Into take the Karn down to 1. Man, the Noble Hierarch. MVP right here. Uh-oh. That's kind of funny. What are they going to name? Arbor, maybe? Or Ignoble? Arbor, okay. Alright, they're going to ice us. Sure. The ice start. Oh my god, that's annoying. I think we seize them for. Well, actually, hold on. If we do that. Alright, we're gonna attack first and see what they do. Alright, that's pretty good, I think. They can tutor here, but then they'll be just dead. Karn is dead, right? They can ice our land again, but then, sure. Oh, that was a mistake. Let's see what they have. Alright. I would give them the benefit of doubt they misclicked. That doesn't seem right to me that they didn't plus our land when they did it correctly the previous turn. Alright, 3-0, okay. Granted, we have not played against Delver or have not played against White Initiative yet, so we'll see. It's promising so far. Granted, we have Brewer's advantage on our side. People are like, what in the world is going on here? The sideboard is just like a very makeshift one at the moment because I just don't know what I should be playing. Was Bridge not aligned for opposition? It was. I just don't think they're winning if they're doing that, for what it's worth. I don't think I've ever really lost a Bridge. Like maybe like once or twice ever. Like I don't. Those kind of lock pieces, I think if the elf players experience, they can beat it easily. Like, I've never lost to a Peacekeeper. In fact, I've actually had opponents throw games because they aggressively go for it. And then they like lose a game they otherwise probably would have won because they went for a Peacekeeper line. And I've never lost that card. I think here we play the percentage, we're gonna draw another land. Don't moon us, please. Thank goodness. That's a hell of a card. And I feel like getting grief here is kind of greedy. I think you take the Cradle and just like call it a day. I don't think we can afford to miss land drops. That's the like I think I want to hit the third land. Because of Gris? What because of Gris? Cavern on blue? What is going on? They chose bird. No, it's just like random. I've like always been able to fight through it. It's not necessarily because of Gris. Like the one of the few times I almost lost to it, I had the Cabal Pit. So luckily I happened to be playing it then. Other times I just draw the removal. Like, all right. I think we need to definitely. Yeah, they forced this. I don't even know. Yeah. What the heck is that? Ah, all right. We are playing as a brewer here. Fair enough. This kind and Aeon. This is a type of combo deck that Delver will eat alive. So we can't get Grist there because they forced, and then we don't have the mana. But we can get not Grist, Collective Oof next turn. They're gonna echo us, but that might be okay actually. Our hand's actually not great, so if they want to do that, it might be okay. We have to fade a Hull Breacher type effect here though. Sure. I don't think we're that upset about that actually. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good. They did show Hull Breach. Luckily, they had to pitch it. I'm a little bit nervous with it that in this, like we need our snuff outs like post board. And it might just be wrong that our sideboard does not have 4 snuff outs. Sure, they got the initiative. Doesn't seem great here for what it's worth. The nice thing is initiative with the shredder is kind of cool. They can pitch a land, right? They play a land already? They did. They played the saga. Sure. Alright, we potentially have lethal here, right? Like, I got my first trophy after 2 attempts with the white deck. Grief, what spice is this? Okay, so we play those. We don't have lethal just yet. It's like the joke is like, what sorcery is this, right? All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and pitch. Oops. See what they have. I'm not gonna tap that. I could have sequenced it differently, but I think we take the other initiative card. I don't think we care about the echoes of Aeons. Well, if they take that, they have to tap out. I think we'll give it to them. The other initiative. I don't think we actually care. Actually, oh, I forgot about that. Can happen. That's annoying. That was a mistake. I did not mean to do that. What sorcery is this? I don't think they can do anything. Might as well just like agent them maybe. I'm past turn. They can Aeons us, but I think that's not the end of the world. We screwed up. We were supposed to sequence a little bit differently. We didn't have the mana. We had to wait a turn. Like we wouldn't have. It wouldn't have been lethal, Adriano. Even double Cradle is not enough, right? Like I don't have an attacker is the problem. Well, I have two attackers, but I don't think it's enough. It's like it would have been 5, 6, I guess, maybe plus 6, 12. Maybe just no, not this being a 6/6. It would not have been enough. Yeah, I'm supposed to agree after they loot, but that's the problem. I hate that combo. It's just obnoxious. The good thing is I don't think they can unless they win here. I don't think they can stop us from winning. Oh, F6. We can't do anything. They do have to kill us. Oh, we kill back. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, why? Auto aura. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Hypho Anonymous. This matchup gets a lot better post-board when we have Snuff out, but we needed to fade. That's probably their only out, right? Oh, feels bad. I put together a spicy 12 pose list for Legacy. Nice. This is kind of funny. Actually, I can't. They have flying. Actually, kind of annoying. Again, it's the same scenario. As long as we don't die here, we win the next turn. Sure. We have the needle, the Baseju too for the needle if they have that. If they go for that. Just pass the turn, please. That was an okay. Oh, that's right. We have it. What am I doing? What do I not want them to have here? I think the Shadow Sphere is probably the scariest card. The Bauble is kind of interesting too. Yeah, that's probably that. I should have looked at their deck more. I didn't think to do that. Don't wheel. That's true. What are they targeting here? Chromox, I think. Do we care? Probably not. That's true. Yeah. I mean, it's probably very similar to the Urza Echo Tama deck. I do run ball. I just don't think we care about the Mox at this point. And my gut was correct. Like, they didn't even pitch anything to it. Sure. I don't think we care about that either. We just got to get a turn here. We got to untap with Artisan, and I think we are in the clear. Sure. They're down to one card now. No blocks. Sure. Oh my god. Why the slow roll? Ugh. Oh my god. Why the slow roll? Better lucky than good, I suppose. So if I do it this way, okay, I'm not just gonna, no, I'm not gonna even. Okay, nice. That was better lucky than good. All right, now we gotta bring in some bombs against them. Do we want C's against that kind of deck? I would guess probably not. Endurance seems bad. Um, Opposition agent actually was quite good there. I don't think we want Gris. I don't think we actually even want Bog. Like I don't actually think that's how we're winning. I think we're winning by racing. I mean, we had 4 artists and 4 Xanadu. That's true. And we did have the Shadow Sphere. I think that buys maybe another turn. Like I didn't actually calculate the math yet, but I suspect it probably buys another turn. What do we care about here? The Malik here, I don't know if this is like that kind of matchup. I've been cutting it every match. It doesn't feel great, to be honest, since that's what we're testing. If Seize is bad, Grief is probably medium at best. The difference is, well, did we see Chalice? I don't think we did. I think 0 mana is another reason. But that is a fair point. That is a fair point. I don't know. Did we see Chalice? You went aggro with the change of this list. Yeah, because I think that's how we test, right? Okay. We didn't see Chalice. We did win. I feel like. All right. They're on like the combo-y build. It's kind of annoying. They have a set of challenges. Okay, so there you go. That answers that question. I think we board like this. I don't love it, but whatever. Also, Grief is free, right? Potentially. I think that's like part of the appeal. It's kind of sad to board out Malakir every matchup so far, because it's just not the right matchup, right? I think we have no choice but to keep this. Chalice? Sure. It's kind of funny. Seems fine. Alright, let's see. Can do the scam thing with the I know, that's true. We can do the scam thing. All right. That means we have to hit the Chalice first. I think we want to do this. Once into Force, yeah. Oh my God. We even have the Collective. Yep. This is just too beautiful, I think. I think I have a whole priority, right? Like I forget how this. I don't even know how this works. Actually, cancel. Yeah, hold control. Which one do we want first? We want the evoke to happen first? No. Yeah, I think we want to do that first. Do we want to do the borrower or the LED? So I think we take the Emery here. I actually don't think we care about the borrower. Yeah, I think we take the Emery because that's the only way they get back into the game. We're doing the thing.
is the full-on scam, right? Like I feel like I'm playing against. I'm playing modern now. Scamulet Titan. All right, we're doing everything. What was the last card we saw? Ottawara. Oh, that was the last card. It was Ottawara. I'm like paranoid because I don't have to actually retain priority too often. But I guess in this case, the trigger happens. We can do it. Is this? Is that your own brew? It is. Oh my god, we got to do the. I was just hoping to do the before in case this deck is bad, right? I was just hoping to do the scam one time. All right, we are 4-0 with this list. Hopefully we can close out. Here, I'll bring it up again. I'm gonna use the restroom real quickly. All right, we are back. The funny part was, I was thinking about it while using the restroom. Uh, it has the one of rebirth that we kept in as well, which is kind of funny. All right, one time. Let's get our 5-0 with this Golgari scam, right? The core, as you can tell, is very much the same, right? We have Gaia's Cradle, we have Natural Order, we have Fiend Artisan, we have Reclaimer, we have normally it's 4 dorks. We just like don't know what else to play, so we just went up to 8 dorks, just like Modern and Pioneer, I guess, right? And then we just filled up the rest of the deck with just like broken cards. We could. Boy RD. They are 3-0 as well. So all right, let's see who can scam better. Keep. Him is not a creature, is the problem, Sadra. This feels like a turn 1 grief, but maybe I'm wrong. This definitely feels like a turn 1 grief here. Like, we're not casting the grief anytime soon. So I think we just go all in and like seize them, right? Like turn one seize. It is, that's true, but I've never not played a turn one seize, right? If I could help it. I think it is because it's a creature. All right, they are on. Looks like Delver. They have Iteration Bolt. Do we care about Bolt? I actually don't think we care about Delver. They have Force, unfortunately. It's annoying. Yeah, let's take the Bolt. We might lose this matchup though. Our combo lines might lose to Delver now. Did they just top deck that? I think they did. Sure. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, it's definitely possible we're supposed to not do that, not pitch it. But the problem is we weren't casting the grief anytime soon, so I feel like it's dead, right? So part of the reason why we did the line that we did was okay, interesting. That's true, MTG. So Adriano. I feel like if our opponent is combo though, like we definitely regret it, right? But I could be wrong. Like obviously this is like the first league I've ever played with this kind of list. So it's possible, unless we know they're on combo, we hold the grief until we need to later on. Like as a protection spell or ramp spell with Guy's Cradle. Like that's entirely possible. Like this is very fair. Like Artisan is a bomb in this matchup. We just lost it for no reason, right? And we took a bolt, which we probably don't even care about, to be honest. Maybe Bog? I'm not gonna block. I think we probably lost this game, but it might be pilot error more than anything else. That's pretty good. Currently on run, but I think the modern that was in scan, or is it because you are 2-4ing it so often? Yes. I think that's accurate. What do we want here? The Bop or the Shepherd? Definitely not the Grief here. I think we take the Shepherd and call it a day. Turn off their Force of Wills. Actually thought I didn't even know the modern version actually did this. I just thought it was a red-black mid-range deck that people thought it was a scam because you're scamming yourself. And then I realized that's and then Will Kruger, shout out to him, told me the origins of that deck. I mean, to be fair, none of the other cards were worth getting. I have one card left. I wonder what it could be. Possible is that, but it's probably Iteration. We have a lot of live outs here, which is the good thing. Well, actually, it's a okay. I was gonna say 2-turn clock, but thankfully that thing whiffed. So that's 8. It still could be a 2-turn clock if they whiff twice. Sure. They need a whiff here. And oh my god. I should have attacked with all. I don't think they would block. I lost 1 point of damage, I guess. But I think it's fine. Miss. Alright, we're dead. Actually, no, we're not. We're at 1. Thankfully. Oh, we might just have cost ourselves. I just realized they're at 8. If we had done it right, they would be at 7 right now. Oh my god, I might have just cost myself the 5-0. Although they could just not attack. Alright. So there was that. This is a different variant of the same shell. For what it's worth, like this is like more all in, if more aggro-y, if that makes sense. Like probably worse against control, if I'm being honest. And I don't know how it is against Delver. We'll find out, right? Like Grief does not seem great against Delver, like just based on the overall feeling at the moment. Like a 4-drop that, like I don't think I want Grief on the play is the problem. On the draw it's probably fine. You have the extra card. Might lose this 5-0 to Delver, but also like I have visions against control, just like chain Griefs a million turns. One day. We did do the thing though, which is kind of neat. I would consider that a successful stream already, even if we lose this next game. I don't feel as bad about punting there because our opponent had the bolt. It is highly possible, as Adriano mentioned, we're not supposed to Grief there on turn 1 because we lose the Artisan. Highly possible. I mean, at minimum, I think I piqued some people's interest, right? Like with this version. I mean, we're going no worse than 4-1 here. And we even got to do the scam one time. I would
suspect our combo matchup probably gets a lot better with this list. Just based on, thinking about it out loud. Let's see what we see. Grief, I don't think so. Bop, I don't think so. Artisan, I think we just take a Cradle, just call it a day. I think we want to save the, well, do we play the Bayou here, or do we play the, I think we play this. Like, I don't think we want to risk, like, losing the Bayou. Although there's a good chance they just don't, like, waste it too, because we have a Guy's Cradle coming up. Is Malakir better than just main decking Snuffs? So the reason why I was okay with Malakir is because also it great question, by the way. The reason being is because it's a land, which means Reclaimer can fix it for a Cradle, right? I'm cutting the extra lands for Malakir. But otherwise, good question. I hate that they did Ponder turn 1. That like almost screams sweeper. I think we play that. I think we play that and just like pass, like, and then like pretend like we have an endurance up, make them play differently. Grief? Are you talking about Sadra? It got cast a lot in the first 2 rounds. Like, I took a Swords of Plowshares against Maverick and they just like conceded. I feel like our opponent has to sweep here, right? If they have it, there's no chance they're just like letting me untap with like 5 mana, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got to do the scam like last turn, but otherwise it's been bad. Malakir. I got to do the scam once, and then it was kind of bad otherwise. I boarded out like almost every game. Sure. It definitely feels like our opponent has a sweeper. They haven't played any creatures. A Grief or a Reclaimer? Probably a Reclaimer. Well, let me think about it. So a Grief is not going to come down anytime soon, I don't think. So I think I'll take the Reclaimer. A lot of cards. This is at 8 Dorks, and none of them are elves. The other thing is I'm down to 1 Allosaurus Shepherd, so just a whole, almost an overhaul, right? Well, I would say overhaul. The shell is like solid broken cards. It's probably the difference between each of the blue soup decks, to be honest. I think did we play land? We did. Do we take the chance they endurance us here? I'm sorry, they whatever us here.
I think we roll the dice here. I think that they don't have the Murktide region. They fetch. We definitely bog. Yeah, I'm feeling a little risky here. I think bog is probably safe in hindsight. I'm like gambling here that they don't have it. Like, it smells to me that they have a sweeper, but also they just tap out for Murktide. It's just like you haven't done anything, and the elf player is gonna untap with Cradle. Probably not great for you either, right? Like I think I'm gonna almost prey on the fact that they think we're gonna kill them next turn, and that they're not just gonna tap out and die, right? Which is why actually I'll bring that up. Which is why I tend to lose to the players who don't play around anything, for what it's worth. The way I play tends to be better against the players who play around more things, so to speak. They don't have it. I think they are afraid. We are definitely growing Reclaimer here. The question here is, I think we bog now because they haven't done anything. If they want to waste, they can. They want to waste the bio. I don't think I actually care. What to do? What to do here? We have 4 mana available. I think I want to fetch first. See how they respond. I think I want to do this. This is like the Super Bowl for them. They've been tanking a while. We're gonna attack with a Goyf, like legit 4/5. Oh my god, what is taking so long? Sure. I think we pass here and just keep Reclaimer up. Hey, cooldown Max, how's it going? Random tapping. Yeah, I think we want to keep the Reclaimer up for sure. Play around the wasteland a little bit, make them sweat it. All right, they're gonna submerge our Reclaimer. It's as good a time as ever to rotate. They can wasteland now, but I don't think we care. It's games like this where I just like lose all interest because the opponent is taking their time. they not have removal? What is going on here? Jesus Christ. I think, let's see, what is their record? We saw, I think they're 3-0. Maybe they like really want the 5-0 or something. They know our top draw is going to be the Reclaimer. They might just submerge here again if they have it. Yeah, it seems like that's what they have. Oh, they're gonna make a Murktide, I think. They're gonna the double days and their last card is a Murktide. Oops, what? What's going on? Alright, I don't know anymore. I thought I did, but I don't. I thought I knew what was going on, but I don't know anymore. Maybe they rough tumble here. Nope, they don't even do that. That's okay. Here is the Murktide, presumably. Now, I don't think we actually care because we know the next card is Fiend Artisan, right? So our line here is easy. We're gonna do that, play the Artisan, get Cradle, deal with the Murktide, win the game. We just have to fade one draw step here for them. Alright, they also show their land. They shouldn't have done that. And also, Brainstorm, right? They take us to 11. We deal with the Murktide, and we probably win the game, honestly. For what it's worth, they have a Brazen Borrower, too. That like could be relevant. I don't think so, but you never know. Also, if we just get... Okay, we have to do it that way. We'll attack all first. Because it's 4... Yeah, we'll attack all. Tick down. I think we lose a Reclaimer here. The reason why I did it that way is because it was extra damage. Right? This is 11 damage. If I did the other way, it's 10. Alright, we just F6 through the turn. Yeah. Alright, 5-0 is still within reach. 5-0 is still within reach. They drew 2 sideboard cards and lost. Did we draw any sideboard cards? I don't think we even did. Alright, oh, I didn't even check their time. Nah, 11 minutes is a lot. Cooldown max. This player seems new to Delaware. You can outplay them. Hopefully. I'm just scared of losing to the nut draws, right? Keep. Hopefully you're right, Whiskey God. Just for the memes more than anything else, I want this 5-0 badly now. We lost round one. I'm not even sure anything could have been done. Sorry, not round one, game one. I forgot what they had, but why must be that? I think here we have to play it safe and take the land. Like none of the other options look good to me here. I think I think we have, because we have one endurance already. We just want to hit land drops. Whiskey God. Like especially if they wasteland here too. I'm trying to think, how did we lose that? Did we just draw nothing that first game? Oh, I know what it was. We pitched to the what is it called? To the grief. That's we like 2-for-1 ourselves. Okay. I think we play the Boseiju and pass. Alright, they're gonna waste our value here. If they want to daze that, I think I'm okay with that. What's on the bottom? Snuff out once upon a second. Oh, good cards. Real issues of flood suddenly. Yeah, for sure, Sadra, for sure. They have 5 cards in hand. Question here is, do I get Arbor? If I get Submerged, I probably lose. I don't think it's worth it. Actually, I think I'm supposed to main phase the Endurance here. They have it, they have it. Ugh, the grief feels so bad right now. And maybe that means we have to like adjust the sideboard a little bit. Like it doesn't feel great in this kind of matchup unless I'm like doing turn 1. But I don't really want to pitch any cards. Like the way the deck is built, I don't think I want to 2-for-1 myself post board in this matchup. Ugh. It is possible we need to rebuild. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think hard casting grief is like a winning line is the problem.
pretty good. Getting to scam, not. Let's see if they have another force. Yep. Definitely feel like we don't want grief in post board, and 11 comes for Delver is a lot. Yeah, for sure. For sure, Sadra. Maybe some number of grief. I don't know about 4. Oh my god, it's a Murktide. Yeah. Oh my god. I think we single-handedly lost this game. I think we single-handedly lost this game because of grief. Unfortunately, we lost the 5-0. Oh my god. Well, we can see their hand, right? Doesn't matter. We can concede. Pretty nice game otherwise. Alright. Almost got the 5-0. Yeah, for sure, Francisco. I know Elves is like, broken in half in pre-modern, even more so than Legacy. We're this close to the 5-0 with this list. Surprise, surprise. When your deck gets a little cute, it's a little worse against Delver. That's like to be expected, I guess. I'm trying to think how would I build this differently. Like, I feel like the deck has a lot of game against combo now. Like with Grief main deck, I'm just trying to see how we can shore that up again. Like, unless we are just like pitching an Artisan, I just don't love doing that. The Wasteland plus Loam is the way. It could be the problem with Wasteland and Loam, Adriano, is we are like on the edge of like tempting our opponents to board in Graveyard Hate. We're at the point where we can still laugh at them, but then like if they board it in, it's like embarrassing for them, right? But suddenly if we do Loam, then their Graveyard is like hate is suddenly relevant. Hey Francisco, we did it one time in the league. It was pretty glorious. We did it through Chalice too because our opponent had turn 1 Chalice. We once upon a time into Force of Regular Chalice into the scam, right? Which is pretty nice. Now, we almost got the. I doubt it changes enough for Graveyard Hate to be relevant. Could be. I mean, I'm not. It's definitely a thing. Like, I think there's definitely some merit to this list because we rolled some of these other decks, right? Well, I say that, but then this is 2-1, right? We lost to probably a suspect Delver player because we had this all game and it just didn't do anything. My first instinct is too many dorks. I actually think the dorks are pretty good for what it's worth. Wasteland is pretty good versus Initiative too. You can ramp with Cradle and it also helps you versus opposing Wasteland decks. I don't know about Wasteland good against Initiative. I always felt like I was behind on board. I love how you're actually trying to justify the nonsense. I love that, Francisco. This is definitely nonsense. So I would be, if I were on the other side of the table, I would be very sad to pair him to myself today. How would we make this a little bit better against Delver? Maybe the Force Snuff. I don't even love it, but the problem is Grief is not really a card I want to keep in against Delver. Is what I've realized. Maybe that means keeping in Natural Order. As crazy as that sounds, right? It's exactly 4 cards, for what it's worth. We can try that and see how that feels. I just feel like we have way crazy game against combo with this list. We'll run it back. I don't love keeping in natural order, but Fiend Artisan, sure. Wait, cancel. Fiend, yeah, this is the correct one. Play one Shriek Maw. I could. I could. Let me just make sure. Yeah, this is the right list. We'll run it back. The, to make it better, to cut the background and just play the good ones. That is correct, Francisco. Traditionally, I have not loved playing natural order, keeping against Delver, but maybe with 8 dorks, it's probably fine. I definitely did not feel like Grief was like good. Did we want Engineer? We did, but we won anyways. So for now, I'm just gonna omit. Also, Engineer tends to be good against the bad decks. I just think we just hope to dodge the bad decks. All right, we'll see how it goes. Gucci Gabe. For sure, for sure. I think we keep just like a million dorks, right? I mentioned already. It feels like we're playing modern slash pioneer, right? With like a million dorks. And I think we've learned from our lesson. I think we're supposed to board out Shriek, not Shriekmaw, wrong Elemento. Grief in the matchup. I think here, what are we more interested in? Ignoble or Bop? Probably Bop. I mean, Ignoble. Did we come out of the how do you improve this nonsense with run it back but board different? Yes, that's correct, Sadra. Yeah, sadly the dry. Actually, the dried up is not the worst draw. For what it's worth. Actually, with the calendar month changing to December, Francisco, are we gonna see a elf themed Christmas stream this year? And yes, I was trying to justify the nonsense. And like I said, this is definitely completely nonsense. At least it's not Progenitus. Actually, funny thing, in the showcase, 2 times I was gonna cast natural and drew Progenitus the turn. That exact turn. 2 different times it came up. The question here is, what do we do? Ooh. I think Bot is worse, so I'll leave with that, I guess. I think Arbor. Like Black Mana doesn't do anything in this case, and they can bolt the bird too, for what it's worth. Literally bolt the bird here. The other reason why I chose to run it back is even though the Malakir felt kind of bad, I just kind of want to see like how bad is it per se before I make any changes, right? We did get to do the scam once. That's like the highlight of the stream so far. Through a Chalice of the Void too, for what it's worth. What is going on with our opponent? Just haven't done anything. All right. Ooh. All right. Interesting. I think we're gonna. All right. I take that back. I was gonna say I think we should ramp. We can play the Artisan and just like pass. I don't know if that's like a winning line and just protect it. The other thing we can do is like ramp and ramp. I don't love that though. I think we play Artisan and try to protect it. Oh, you're in Argentina. Okay, I didn't know that. I think we just pass here. Actually,
Maybe we're supposed to play ignore. Yeah, I feel like it can't be right to hold that up. Let's do that. It cannot be right. Maybe we're supposed to hold up the Malachar. I don't know. Dress down. Interesting. Okay. Like exactly. What? Oh, I think they're on Stifle, not. Yep. What in the world is going on here? How are we gonna beat that? Oh my god. It did. It did. I know. How are we gonna beat this? This is like kind of nasty. Like we can kill one. Our artisan goes to a 3/3. We're still dead to the 2 on board. Oh my god, this is like a nightmare. We don't have a Rex. Well, even if we had Rex here, I don't think it does anything here. This is just like straight up kind of crazy. Do we have an out? I guess we can check first, like. That's funny. I green sun for Visionary. I forgot we're not playing Visionary in this list. Does NO force double block? The problem is it would kill like all of the ones attacking, right? They're not big enough. I'll just concede. I think we're just like accept losing this kind of hand. Is grief something we want in this case? It definitely was Sage. That is 100%. Definitely was Sage. I think we want the snuff outs. That's easy. The question is now, do we want the griefs? I don't think any of it. Oh, Force of Vigor may be. How am I boarding here? Let me check my sideboard map. Do I board Force of Vigor against this deck normally? I think with Fatal Push, I probably don't. But I think without Fatal Push, I probably should. Also, we're just like down. We don't have enough cards, so that's the other thing, right? Like, I don't even know if Shepherd is good against them per se. I wonder if that looks right. I think we can. We've been boarding this out a lot. I think a Shepherd is probably better than a Malachar Rebirth. We haven't played against any control decks yet, so I haven't got the opportunity to like grief them into oblivion. Sure, this seems insane. I'm gonna turn one Bayou into Bop, right? Any good Dreadnought list? Bug? I think Rug is probably the best one. From what I've seen, at least. Right? You can dress down the Uro as well, is the reason. Actually, they both can dress down Earl. What does red give you? I'm trying to think. Red blast, I guess. I mean, black seems pretty good right now. To be fair, like snuff out is like very good in the metagame. I don't know the full implications of initiative yet with respect to elves. On the bright side, I think some of the gold wide decks tend to be good against it, and they tend to be poor against us. On the other side, it incentivizes combo, and I don't like. I can only beat so much combo before it becomes a disaster, right? I think we play this. Also, the red sweepers I think at the moment are better than the black sweepers for what it's worth. We'll play that. It's a grief and a bop. I think we'd probably take the grief and pass. I would say grief should have been 3 mana, but that's like way too busted. 4 mana seems a little bit high. Yes, it is. Deathbright Shaman would have been insane in this build. Like, absolutely nuts. Like, pitching for black, too. I actually would have tried this a long time ago if Deathbright Shaman were legal, to be fair. Alright, uh-oh. Something's happening on upkeep. Sure. Am I dressed down? I don't know. Seems kind of whatever. Okay, I guess that works. At least we get a 3-2 still. I think Veil Summer is like, in general, kind of loose against elves. It happens it's good here. But yeah, I think in general, Grief is... Veil Summer is kind of loose against elves. The exception is like, maybe out of these like other combo decks, they have nothing else, right? They're not playing discard, like then you have no other choice. But I think it's like high variance. It either is very good or does nothing. It's entirely possible that seasons need to be cut to if we're playing Grief main deck because of Veil Summer. That's like one concern, so to speak. They submerged a Reclaimer. Why do they have a Sweeper? I think we bash and see what they do. We have the hard cast Force of Vigor, which is pretty nice. This line also allows us to Force of Vigor without needing the dorks. It's probably dress down and stuff. Sure, that's fine. The thing has flash? Oh my god, why would you do that? Oh my god. Oh. Looks like we're gonna lose this match, unfortunately. We like walked into that, but I'm not like really playing this card because I actually don't think it's very good at the moment. Just happened to be good there. Like if you want to play 3 mana sweeper against elves, you're probably gonna lose, but it just happened to line up well against us there. We are most likely dead. I really wanted this card to be good too, but I don't know. It is good against Moonstomp, that is fair. We got like blown out because we didn't play around sweeper. I was just thinking of end of festivities or whatever. I guess that would have got the job done regardless. I figured they didn't have a sweeper because they used their submerge too. That was the other thing. That is correct, Pure Ghost. This is probably an L, but I mean we got nut drawn second game. I mean first game, and then this one. It does speak to the what is the word I'm looking for? It does speak to the importance, excuse me, of Wirewood's in build for what it's worth. They are on Stifle Knot. They had triple Stifle Dreadnoughts in game 1 against us on turn 3, and we just could not do anything about it. Sure. Good, nice, Mike. I'm happy to see it. Mike is killing right now with Doomsday, by the way. Oops. Like they probably are thinking, okay, the opponent has 3 cards in hand all game. They probably have a million removal. That's probably why they're not going for it. They even the Veil Summon. That's like annoying. Like all the cards are normally bad against us. Happen to be good this game against us. What is going on here? Sure. Oh, that's a problem. Like they're playing a very different game that I thought they were gonna play. Like compared to game, like they just aggroed out the combo. Part of the problem too is just like everybody knows my username, and unfortunately, it leads to like heinous mulliganing. Or, it could be that the shell is just so broken we almost 5-0 in spite of the grief. It has not looked good for what it's worth. We got to do the combo one time, but it's kind of been bad otherwise, right? Like there was one game we hardcast it and it was good. So maybe that's like we have to like think about how to hardcast it more often. But definitely opening ourselves up to like not having Wirewood to protect against sweepers was kind of not good. Also, they played a very strange. This 9/9 artisan is potentially going to do work. Unfortunately, we have no way to deal with the Earl. Yes, scamming it out is the combo. They're gonna whatever here. They're gonna Earl. The Force of Vigor has been dead all game because they haven't gone for it. Maybe they're expecting. Yeah, if we could grief them, that would be pretty nice. If we would draw a land here. There's the land that we asked for. Oh my god. Really? Jesus. That is a disaster. Alright, this grief has been awful this second game. Jesus Christ. I think we do it now. They might force. Alright, we are dead. We are very... Hey Curtis, how's it going? We are dead. I'm trying to think what is the best way to abuse the grief. Like if like how playable is it in the fair matchups is the question. Because I think if we had just like Waterwood plus Visionary, and just like we probably might win to be honest, like with what we had earlier. So that could be the. It is pretty slow. That is 100% true. So I will go back to the drawing board really quickly after this league. Well, to be fair, Vintage is a whole different animal. Concede. All right. I don't think there was anything we could have really done in either game. I think one of the things the takeaway I think from that game is just like not having Wirewood to hedge against sweepers. I think is a real thing. And we just got like blown out right by Brotherhood's End. I think we have to be able to pressure while committing to board. So while not overextending. And I think one of the issues with this kind of build is you kind of have to walk into a sweeper without Waterwood. The other thing that I've noticed then is Grief doesn't feel like a good enough card that to be played fairly. Like it's good obviously in Reanimator, but hey Francisco. I'm really upset that we didn't get the 5-0. Maybe I should just force the issue and get the 5-0 and then just like, you know, put this into my like bucket list, so to speak, right? But I have some ideas. I do think we learned some things with this build. Death Ray Shaman, I mean, obviously would help because
it's a better card that doesn't lose to like X1 sweepers, and it helps pitch to black. But given that we don't have that,
that's true, Francisco. That is true. I've also 5 with some of the worst possible decks.
so that is fair. Everybody who wants to check out, where is it? Yorion Elves. Let me bring that up as a reminder. Where is it? I think it's this one here. This is in the Hall of Fame right here, right? The Yorion Elves, devoted druid, just like running all the combos, right? With swift reconfiguration. This is like one of my prouder moments. Yeah, I like wasn't playing online at the time, but I do vaguely remember the memes with the pirate stomping. I was playing more paper and like more casual at the time. All right, we have lost back-to-back games. We'll try to like steer the ship right. I'm gonna get some water as this loads. One card that is kind of hot, I think, to try is like Elves of Deep Shadow. Like to hardcast Grief, but I just don't think we should be hardcasting Grief. Like it just feels 1 mana too much, right? I think this is the mole. Just open both white in the chest, always open. See, Mike, you say that, but I just did that like recently and on stream actually too, and got scammed, right? Like we're just trying to find out who today is getting scammed, and you know, looks like this last game here we got scammed. Op agent probably does more for less. What do you mean by that? Def not Oz. Speaking of the devil, I think they're probably on DNT, so I think we probably play it safe. Yes. How many times have we griefed turn 1 yet? Not that many, I don't think. Natural order. Interesting. So, we're trying to figure out who's the scammer, who's the scammy. That is correct, Francisco. That is correct. So the question here is: do we try to like, ambush for the KO with opposition agent here, or do we do something else? Actually, I just realized we can't even get Visionary, which is kind of annoying. We can green sun for 1. I'm not even sure what that entails here. Actually, let's do it this way. Oops. Turning off fetches and insert is take. That is fair. That is fair. Are we just taking ramp here? I feel like we are. Yeah, I guess we take the ignoble. Does something different. We could have like tried to like ambush them with the agent. The problem is, all right, sure. The problem is, if they don't do anything, it's like a pretty bad play. They have to deal. Oh my God, why? Why? Why are they playing Fury? Oh my God. Holy shit.
right. That is feels bad for sure. Yeah, we are now getting scammed. Although to be fair, maybe this game plays out like very differently if. Actually, we should have fetched. Oh my god, why are they doing such things? I think we take the old myth. I think the game might have played out very differently. We went for the opposition agent line. Like I didn't think I was gonna be running into like a modern deck here. To be fair, they could say the same thing about us. Did not think we were gonna run into a modern deck here. That I guess. We're gonna waste our mana here. I think we want to fetch, get a Bayou, pass. They're probably not gonna hardcast that. We're gonna like do it on their turn and like screw up their mana. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. I'm like half thinking about like conceding this matchup because I just don't think we learn anything here. You said okay. What is going on here? That this deck wants you to over. You even consider the possible a sweeper given how you play. You decided to play into it since you didn't put them on having. I think we also have enhanced, so we weren't under print. I think I wouldn't say there aren't always better. That's a lot to take in. When you said natural order, like like, are we not gonna play the Fiend Artisan when given the chance? That doesn't make any sense. Like, the deck is literally called by some people right now Fiend Artisan Elves or Fiend Artisan Control. Speaking of the devil. Oh shoot, they can Yori on the Fiend Artisan. That's kind of annoying. It just occurred to me right now. Also, there is a chance Progenitus is supposed to be main deck with to pitch as well. Like it'd be kind of useful here actually. Yeah, for sure, definitely honest. Definitely agree. Although, to be fair, not sure even Fiend Progenitus can get us out of this jam here. I can't believe this is probably not a good matchup given that they're playing Fury. I wonder how many pitch cards they actually have for it. Pitch EI, sure. Maybe I'm too. I think I'm pretty like. Maybe I'm a little too hard on myself. I like to play. Obviously, everybody wants to play perfectly, but I know that's not going to be realistic. More realistically, I think catching your mistakes is good. And I think there, again, I am starting to realize, see again why I like didn't put too much time into this kind of build. Like, without the synergy of Allosaurus Shepherd with the Dorks, like you just have a lot of more flooding that goes on. Also, there have been a few times where I've wanted a Green Sun. Speaking of which, I think we are dead, right? Like. I wonder if we have to just kind of do it now. Like, tick down. That just seems not right to me. This might be a lost game. The good thing about this list is because it is so fundamentally different in terms of like, it's obviously the shell is the same, but like in terms of the gameplay, it's kind of different from the normal elf shell. I'm kind of seeing some of the issues. Well, that otherwise, oh my god, again. All right, we'll just concede. It's like no way we're coming back. What did they pitch this? Oh, they hardcast it. All right. It's too bad because Progenitors would have helped there. And it's possible in this kind of shell, if we're sticking with the Grief, although the Grief doesn't seem like a great card, to be honest. Like we need an Elf, aka Deathrite, to actually cast for black mana. Too bad Bop or Ignoble is the wrong tribe. I think we want Uro, and I think that might be it. What are we cutting here? I think Deep Shadow is pretty good. The problem is it doesn't make green, which is potentially a thing. And the life loss is relevant too. I don't think they have Green Sun. Take out Agent. I think we can cut some number of dorks. Birds felt worse to me than Ignoble. Right? Maybe if Deep Shadow didn't cost us life. Oops. Like I would consider it, but yeah, the one damage I think is like a killer. Maybe as a 1-up to tutor for, but that's probably about it. You should make your cards bigger while sideboarding. Good, good suggestion, Francisco. I didn't think to do that, but that is a good. The Grey One flood the board plan is awkwardly potential with Deep Shadow. For sure, Francisco. I appreciate that. Yeah, see, I don't really want to pitch a Fiend Artisan is the problem here. Like, and I wish it was like 3 mana. If it, like 4 mana feels 1 turn too late, but 3 mana is broken, so I get why it's 4. Okay, we get the one insane card. Although this does give me, I think, insights into how to build the next elf list. Probably bolt the bird, right? Nope. All right. So with that said, we could even like Fiend Artisan here. So not Fiend Art. We can Grief into yes. So the question here is, do we take their whatever it is that they have, right? Like, what if we just grief them right here? I think given that we drew the natural order, probably no. I'm just gonna like ice them out here. No, no scam this time. All right, they have force and cards we do not care about. Then we take the force, and oh my god, this is just like nuts per se. Get the old proggy boy. That was kind of neat. All right, I take back everything bad I just said about grief.
Yeah, yeah. So Dev, not Oz, and I on the same page. I just take back everything I just said about Grief. It was kind of the stone nuts there. All right, this is a mole. The rebirth has felt god awful though, except for the one time we got scammed them. Keep. I think here we put the endurance back. Like, hurts our mana though. Yeah, I think one thing we learned is the rebirth is not quite good. Although I say that, I bet you it's gonna come up this match. I think we bopped them here. It's worse than ignoble. Probably swords here, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the good thing about this, I guess if you want to call it practice, right? The good thing is we get to like test multiple things at once, and I think it's apparent the Malakir. Like if we were to continue this, the Rebirth is like awful. Hopefully, I'm proven wrong here. The Grief at least had its a few nice moments, and maybe we have to like rebuild around it a little bit more. I think the other thing that's been apparent is like the dorks not having any other synergy is a liability late game because they could just ignore it, right? Like they're not punished the way a shepherd would just come down, cradle, you're dead, right? Sure. Maybe they thought maybe there's a chance they bounce it. Okay, they're gonna swords us again. These eight plow decks. We need a land here, off the top. That's not what I'm looking for. That is closer. Question here is ramp or reclaimer? I would think ramp. Yeah, I think ramp. That way, if we need to, we can like grist them and have a kill and kill an Earl. Like if randomly it comes up here. We need to check his deck. Seems like he has 8 Earls in there. the other, the one thing about Reclaimer though is like, if I did Reclaimer there, it's kind of awkward because I want to bog them, but then that means Grist can't come down. Good thing we didn't do that. This is like really awkward for us now. They're gonna plus, yeah. Oh wow, aggressive line. I think we want one just to be safe. If they have any removal, we get screwed. It probably is. It probably is, Francisco. I guess they took the +1 up top by sacrificing. Now they plus as a 4/4. We could double block. It's a little bit risky. I think it was kind of hard though. They had like removal, like. Also, this like was a killer. Having to play that tapped, and I think I would. I think there is like a lot to be learned about this build going forward. This is like a killer though. Sure. Yeah, for sure. Definitely us. Oh my god. All right. Theory decks, a problem for us for sure. Um, we have the block, right? Because this can make another one. I think we're just dead, to be honest. Oh, well, I take that back. Top deck natural order is a thing. Top deck natural. Nope, not there. I think we'll pass. We're probably just dead now, to be honest. Like they went removal into Planeswalker. I think we'll lose no matter what. Well, not no matter what, but I think this iteration probably loses no matter what. This deck, this version, I think is probably weaker to spot removal than the normal version we play. Although I do think we learned a lot so far in this stream, given that we're testing a lot of multiple factors at once. Um, Possible. I didn't want to give information. I didn't think the Arbor was gonna impact this that much, to be honest. It does grow the Fiend, but like I don't think we're blocking anyways, right? Like I don't think we're blocking anyways. Actually, I'm supposed to block this. What am I doing? They probably have removal, to be fair, too. Like a bolt and we get blown out, but I misplayed there. Actually, I take that back. I don't see how we're winning without the Fiend Artisan. So let's see if they can answer it. They probably can. I think our only out is natural order progenitors, and I'm not even sure that's enough. How do you how do you do, fellow kindplit? Hey Jay Z, how's it going? You're probably right, Francisco. I think it is probably not enough at this point because they're gonna draw. If they know what they're doing, they're probably gonna draw 7, and then or 8. I get well 7, yeah, and that should find force. I am being victimized by fire cards, sadly enough. All right, interesting. They somehow did not have the answer for the Fiend Artisan. So we die to like a million damage next turn. I gotta assume they have the answer here. Unless they have another one, I don't know. Hey Jason, how's it going? We have the former #2 trophy leader in the house here.
Yeah, I believe that, Jason. I mean, that's what happens when the deck is doing so well. Actually, since we have Jason in the house, I have to ask a question, and you can tell this privately if you want. I have been meaning to IMU. Is all the hate in the mono white sideboard like kind of targeting elves? Like that is the gut feeling that I get, but I don't know. Could be just what is the word I'm looking for? Paranoia too. I'm looking at the sideboard for the mono white list that Jason and John Ryan Hamilton played, and John Ryan Hamilton did. Actually, they both did well, but John Ryan finished second, was undefeated until the finals. It's like 8 cards coming in. No, no, the plows I understand. I'm talking about the other stuff like mind sensor and like containment priest. The priest I know was like there from the beginning. The mind sensor seemed kind of new, like multiple copies. What's going on here? It looks like an Earl. I'm pretty sure we're dead here. For those of you who are tuning in, we lost the 5-0 match, unfortunately, with this list, and potentially going down 0-2 in this league now. So it's that makes sense. Doomsday seems like a horde matchup based on the showcase. All right, we're dead. We're not beating this. Yeah, so it's funny. I was telling everybody that I felt okay about the matchup week one. I think Inigo went 1-2 in the when he would finish second in the challenge, and then what is it called? Kern, when he went undefeated, did play against Jason in the semifinals. So I felt like the deck was okay against the White Initiative. And then I did not. I was busy on Thanksgiving, so I didn't really get a stream or play. And then I played Saturday night before the showcase, and I was like, why do I keep losing to White Initiative suddenly? And I was like, I don't think we're favored anymore. If we were before. All right, we're just dead. All right, we are now 0-2. I'll bring up the list for those of you. We unfortunately would not get this list published. I got one of the. Unfortunately, we didn't even get the Espercento list published before, but we probably misboarded against Delver and we lost the 5-0 match unfortunately as a result. So pretty sad times. The grief we kept in against Delver, and I think it's actually correct to keep in the natural order package instead. I think it's okay. Like, definitely caught me off guard, and it probably caught other elf players off guard. I personally went 1-1 against it in the challenge, but I saw the overall record with like 3-9 or something. I don't think that's a good indicator of how the matchup is. Also, it's a big deal if the initiative player knows you're on elves. Like, unfortunately, there's like no way to stop against aggressive mulligans. Other than changing decks, or there's rumor on the streets there's a multiple accounts. I don't know who would do such a thing, but kind of evil maniac would play multiple accounts. Nope. Keep. I think we get a little like toss back bop. How are you not joining pre-modern yet? The purest form of man. The one card I have missed is I missed the ability to get Elvish Visionary. Like I like had gut feeling to get. I was like, oh, it's not in the deck. So what do I do now? You can take the elf player, the elves out of the deck, but you can't take the elf player out. What? Okay, how would I redo that statement? No, I won't submit to the. Ooh. All right, what do we do? See, again, here I would want a visionary, right? I think we ramp, right? Actually, what are we doing here? Let's do. I want to be able to cast the grief on time here. Thalia. Oh yeah, sure. Looks like they're on D&T. I thought they were gonna be on like some other stuff, but that's fine, I think. I'm gonna grief them, see what's going on. They're probably like, what in the world is going on here? They're putting the mom, presumably. Alright, we're gonna take whatever relevant card is in their hand now. Stoneforge Mystic, not bad. And then pass turn. So Francisco, for what it's worth, you might have to get in line. Jonathan has already promised that he is. Jonathan has already promised that if he were to unretire, he would be playing elves. For whatever that's worth. All right, we're probably slamming natural order. It's not even lethal, unfortunately, but it's a lot of damage. Everything gets +5. That's 15, 16, 17, 18. I guess it's not even lethal. What are we doing here? Unfortunately, we don't have the... Progenitus probably needs to be main too in this deck. Fortunately. Yeah, it's not lethal. I don't want to like... This is a... Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything because the mom is active. Alright, it goes to 3. Suture Ghoul. I haven't seen that in a long time. Maybe they'll field us. I don't know. We'll see. So I would have to tap out there. Everything gets +15, 18. Yeah, we didn't have lethal. I do think Francisco is right. I think Jonathan would probably enjoy it. But I think he's just been completely jaded, right, by Wizards of the Coast just like lighting his collection on fire. We lost the 5-0 match, unfortunately. Answer Key Gaming. Yes, I was sure that was not lethal. It's 15 + 3. Actually, 20. It's 23. Actually, I think it might have been lethal. I miscounted. All good, I guess. This is even more lethal now, I guess. Who mentioned that? I think somebody mentioned if it was not lethal. I actually miscounted because I forgot the hoof itself is 5 extra damage. So whoever said that right now, Def Not Oz is correct. I think it might have been lethal because there's only 2 that yeah. Oh my god. So they did have it, unfortunately. I should have attacked with a grief before too. What am I doing? Like, just like misplaying left and right. Right? Because it has menace. I forgot about it that it has that, like randomly. They're misplaying though. They should have like hit the thing with a trigger on the stack. Would have saved them some life. Well, hello? Alright, the problem is the hoof is out of the deck. So what am I doing now? Hmm. Let's see what the last card is first. Before I do anything. Take the Yorion. What did they pitch? I think we grief first. Because it has menace. And then they lose something. Yeah, I mean, we should have had this game earlier. Our opponent misplayed too, for what it's worth. But we're like helping them along the way. Alright, I think here we just like... It doesn't really matter. Do we plus or minus? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. We're like pretty ahead. I know, scummy move by us. Actually, okay. Alright, let's see what to do now. Snuff out pretty broken in this metagame. I think Prog is probably pretty good. No Endurance. No Bog. Force of Vigor is probably okay. What else do we have? Shepherd is bad. Then we have some cuts here. I think it's probably the Grief. The other stuff seemed better. Why? This has like been by far the worst card in the deck in this list. Mulligan. At least we gave it 2 leagues, right? Just to see if something changes. It did not. Spoiler. Yeah, it is a solid hand for sure. We know the whatever's on bottom, so we want to see it. Probably get the dork, I would imagine, here. I think we're also, because they're a Fuel of Ruin deck, I think we're just going to get Bayou here. And then, if they want to waste that, they can, because we have a Cradle. Yeah, there's a Wasteland. Sure. Oh my god. Why? Well, punished. Or maybe not. Alright, we don't mess around anymore. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but I probably should. Like, I'm like thinking about the snuff out that I'm gonna draw, right? And then it ends up I drew the other card I needed, luckily. But yeah, I typically only as a combo player. I just say that it's only play around one thing at most. And we're just gonna pass. Good night, Jay Z. Actually, in your honor, one last time. Force of negation is unfair. We have to, as non-blue mages, stick up for the non-blue mages out there. And I know the modern landscape right now is a wasteland, and it's completely financially ruined. I know Jay Z's collection and a lot of other people's collection. It's not definitely game, but it is pretty good. I think. What are we doing here? Yeah, let's not mess around. Let's not mess around. Also, words of advice to D&T players. Well, I guess it depends who you play against, right? I actually don't think Peacekeeper is very good against elves, for what it's worth. Like, but that's me. I say that I'm gonna jinx myself right now, right? Like, I'm gonna lose to Peacekeeper for the first time here. Well, no need to worry with that. I don't think I want to play around Solitude potentially here, so just deal a million, I guess. Yeah. Grist does not do anything here. So we got off the schneid, so to speak, and I definitely think having played this version 2 leagues tonight, definitely missed the one wire one with Visionary. Sometimes you untap with Artisan, and Grist is not going to solve whatever it's locked pieces on the other side of the board. I think you just need a way to just draw out of it. It doesn't even have to be a second Visionary or even second Wirewood. I think one Visionary, maybe two Wirewood is good enough. Like just to grind them out. Also, if I feel like I'm being mean, I just start playing Plague Engineer, right? I just don't even respect a lot of the decks that lose to Plague Engineer. I don't respect the mirror. I don't respect, I don't know, random things that lose to, Infect, I guess, another one. Goblins actually scares me, but the percentage of the metagame is low enough where I just hope to dodge. Also, Jason, I forget. I know you played the LCQ yesterday, but weren't planning to. Aren't you? Are you already qualified or not? I don't remember, Jason. Hey, Inigo, how's it going? I know I'm not. I went 0-3 yesterday. It was a disaster. Everything that could go wrong did for me in the showcase. How is science going? I think science is going pretty well. If nothing else, I'm learning a lot, which is what I really care for. Hey, Andre, how's it going? We lost the 5-0 match because I think I misboarded against Delver. I think we're supposed to keep natural order in and take the griefs out. But the first league went real well. Here I lost to an insane draw from the Dreadnought player, triple Dreadnought on turn 3, and then for sure, Jason, that makes sense. Yeah, I dropped after 0-3 because I just this is obviously not my night. Because for those who follow me, I've actually won 2 of these LCQs before to qualify, including last season's at the exact time slot, which is yesterday night.
But yesterday was the first time where it just like completely came off the rails for me for the LCQ. Normally I won it twice in that time slot 5-0, and then I've gone 4-1 a few times. So, but yesterday was just a disaster. So I just like I'm gonna turn off the computer and just like watch the basketball game. Oh, that sucks, Jason. I definitely think between maybe not. I don't think I learned anything from last night's stream, to be honest. I mean, not stream. LCQ. I think between tonight's stream, just streaming, a lot of different options that we have. The Malachar Rebirth was a disaster. I think it did. It had one nice moment. It was bad multiple times. I think I've learned a lot, and there's a lot I want to change going forward. Or at least a little bit I want to change about the elf list. I think the elf list core is stronger than this core. I think the synergy between dorks and turning them into damage with Shepherd is very real, and that's just come up a few times already. But yeah, I think it would have been nice to get the 5-0, but it is what it is, right? Keep losing to depths. Yeah, it's interesting. I would trust Jason's like judgment on that. Not because I don't think, not because I think he's a strong player, but he uniquely plays both sides. So I think that is like very relevant, right? When examining a matchup, I tend to trust people who play both sides of a matchup more than say like an expert but only plays one side, right? Like for instance, I mentioned this in private before, but I would trust Jarvis's opinion on the Elves versus Lands matchup more than any other Lands player because he kind of at minimum knows how Elves works, and he's somebody that I've talked to about the focus and the direction of the build. Like even if he doesn't play this exact version. For instance, the other thing is like I've had people tell me the D&T matchup is like very bad now for elves, or at least 50-50 at best. Maybe because I've played both sides of the matchup, I do not think that is the case. Like, I think the elf player is favored, but maybe not as much as it was maybe a few years ago. But I don't think it is for 1 second 50-50. Like that, and I also don't know how people are losing to Peacekeeper. Like, it has just never happened to me. The depths matchup seems favored with Caracas in the 75. Definitely interesting with the outing. What's the height level on the scam bill? How are we feeling? I lost the 5-0 match. Current. Malachor Rebirth is a disaster of a card. It's been by far the worst card in this build. But we almost got the 5-0 in spite of it. Actually, this second league I'm 1-2 at the moment. But we started 4-0 in the other league. Granted, we lost to like unbeatable draws out of essentially the last two opponents who are playing decks that are just like not normal. But well, one of them was a Rug Stiflenot deck, which is like kind of normal, and then we played against a modern like Elementals deck, which I don't expect to play against normally. My conclusion, though, is I think the elf build is still superior. Although this playing tonight has given me some ideas on how to build the elf list next. I'm pretty sure the best build is still an elf-centric build. I have missed Visionary in particular tonight. Like one Visionary, one Wire, and also the other thing I've missed is just like running people over with Shepherd when in the late game, right? Like I think that is a real thing that you lose. The grief, we did get to do the scam one time, which was pretty nice. Like if nothing else, we got to scam one of our opponents. That's probably the highlight of this stream, right? Like getting to do. It was actually through Chalice of the Void too, because we went. They were on the play game too after they lost game one,
and then we went end step once upon a time into Force of Vigor, their chalice, which is a bad sign for them, right? And then we went grief into the combo. The best part was we actually boarded 2 of them out. We just drew the single one. But yeah, we got to do it once at least. Speaking of the devil, there is the scam card. Keep. Actually, that's probably a mole, now that I think about it. Ugh. Sure. I think we do that. If they solitude us, we're just boned, but it is what it is. I think we need to start taking chances. Uh-huh. What do we want here? Let me take the artisan. We could... Actually, I just realized we only have 1 shepherd too. This is a... Something that could happen, I can see, is in the white initiative matchup, they start to leave in chalice, and that could be a problem for us, now that I think about it. Yeah, I kind of want to test that. Oh my god. What is going on? They're going to lock that up? Okay. Malika Rebirth, actually bad against this. Oh my god, there's the Solitude. Jesus Christ. Don't you have like 14 1-drops aside from Shepherd? No. No, it depends on the build. In this build, yeah, but not normally. I have to look. I don't remember off the top of my head. We're just probably just screwed, to be honest. Yeah, they could have done that. That is true. I didn't see the. I didn't check the mana, but. Oh, I mean, I think we're not beating that regardless. Jesus Christ. Well, they cast 1. No, definitely. The problem is this card. I thought it could be an okay land. It's just a disaster because it's tapped, which I guess we should have saw coming, but we didn't. What are we doing now? It's all for science, anyways. It's all for science. Maybe they solitude again. That'd be. I mean, that's. I mean, we're losing regardless, but. I don't think we would have won this no matter how good our draw was. Like, their hand was kind of insane. But maybe that's just all their hands, right? Oops. I mean, it didn't matter. We're dead anyways. Alright. Sideboard, like, board. I do think it's in hindsight, obviously I didn't change configuration after the first league, but it's probably correct to play Force Enough out right now.
The card is absurd in this build, and even good in this meta too. Endurance is bad. Bog is bad. Agent is bad. I think the rebirths are bad. I think we probably just want to do this. The mapping is obviously off, but I just like threw this deck together. And I think we did learn a lot for what it's worth. Keep. Snap, keep. Alright, I think we want to do that. Into that. It is a real, like the dorks have been good, but like not being able to flip that into damage is like a real thing. Sure. We're definitely doing this, so might as well do it now. Actually, we should have waited. That was a mistake. In case they like decide to solitude out of nowhere here. I think we bash and see if they like solitude us. Sure. It definitely was a mistake not to main phase the well, I guess it doesn't matter. Not to main phase the stuff out. I guess in case they boarded like Mind Trip randomly. I don't think it's great, but Archon of Ameria, that's like quite annoying. That's sorcery speed removal sometimes. That's fair. I haven't really played against touch too much for what it's worth. So the Archon is going to be quite not obscene here. Might as well play that first, I guess. It's not going to change anything. The good thing is... Sure. I might be getting disillusioned too. Like, I don't even think it's this matchup per se. I just feel like Legacy's getting more and more like all in. What is oh sure. And like between this and like Moon Stompy, like it feels hard to just grind out any like. It feels like games are not that interesting anymore for what it's worth. What am I gonna do here? Maybe the trick was to make that bigger. That was definitely a mistake, I think. I can attack, get the initiative, force them to attack back. Yeah, I like screwed that up. Big time. Yeah, I think
Well, then I can't cast the grief. Not I don't know how much that actually matters. I screwed that up. Well, actually, it doesn't matter, right? Like, I still would have been short on the. All right, let's do it this way. Where are they on the initiative? Oops. They're in the draw the card or the. I guess we just force the attack here. Get the land. Because this forces the attack back. Sure. We'll play this because it's like dead otherwise. And then we can start attacking. What do they have here? Land. Thalia, sure. Ugh. So bash, get the thing. What did they? Lost well, probably forge, make the thing big so Thalia can't attack. Not sure if Thalia even wants to attack. Possible I'm supposed to just dig for natural order tree. That is like entirely possible. Scry 2 is pretty strong at the moment. Oops. Yep. For sure. Yeah, I think we're supposed to scry there. Probably played it too hastily. I mean, we're dead regardless. Like, I think I'm over this build. I think I want my my elves back. Oh my god! All right, that is just obscene. They should have done that earlier, to be honest. I wonder if it would have mattered. We didn't play particularly well, although I don't think it would have mattered. 9 plus 4, 13, yeah. Like, we would have dug 2 deeper. Sure. We are probably dead. I just want to see what the next card is. Fino. Okay, we were drawing dead anyways. That's fine. All right, one more, and then I'll probably figure out. I can either share. Okay, what should we do? Should we share on Twitter or should we just keep the secrets within the Patreon of how we want to build the next iteration? What do you think, chat? Should we share? Deathrise Shaman definitely would shore up some of the questions of marks on this list, but I mean, that's without saying, right?
especially with foreigners. I do not like cards that require leaving up mana, if that makes sense. Answer key gaming. Like, I don't want to always leave up 2 mana with Sajiri Step is the problem. I tried it in like a 4 crop rotation build. It wasn't bad then, but there's a big difference between leaving 1 mana and 2, and so on and so forth. I think the big bummer is not getting the 5-0 earlier. High start back, but I guess black also applies, right? Like higher pitch count. Unfortunately, Contagion does not kill any of the stuff we care about. Like, this is actually kind of cool. Unfortunately, we need a second land drop though, but I'll just keep for fun. We're very close to doing the scam for what it's worth. It's kind of funny. Playing against, I believe, Relax, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I think they're on probably Delver. I think this matchup, we can maybe atone for ourselves, right? Ooh, that is pretty good. How do we want to do that? I think we want to do that and just like ramp. Shut off their counter magic first. I think the Reclaimer can come down later. I think people also tend to like panic when this hits the stack slash the board. And they like kill the wrong thing, right? Like, this is like a removal magnet. That's the other thing I missed about this. Like, people misplaying against me. When it's like oftentimes like the worst creature. Like, a Reclaimer is far more dangerous than an Allosaur Shepherd. And I would argue the best creature in Legacy. Sure. I'm not gonna pitch now, I don't think. They want to make whatever they can. Ooh, okay. They have 2 mana up, which suggests probably like days or something. I think I want to do this and see how they respond. They might like kill that and then I'm gonna do that. Bash. I actually don't. I'm not gonna like dare them to like Murktide us. Like, they have to get this off the board. It's just like I win, right? Like, if I'm tapped with this. Could be. Although I think they should have the removal now, but I guess not. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 5. We're short a mana, unfortunately. There's like so many ways to like win here, but not meant to be. We could bash for a lot.
6. Actually, let's do it like this. Yeah, I mean, this goes without saying, I guess. There's like so many ways to kill there. All right, we're gonna atone for our previous misplay from the lost 5-0, right? We're gonna board out the griefs and not the natural orders. That was the misplay. At least the scam worked like one time. That's as bad as the Malika rebirths are. Speaking of the devil. So on the previous board, keep that in mind, like a Shepherd can activate for a whole bunch there. They should have done that earlier. It really has been, Mike. Yeah, I can. It's crazy to say how bad it was. The best thing it's done besides the one time I got to do it was pitch to the grief, right? But it's crazy how bad this card has been. What's my second favorite Legacy deck? Good question. So that is the assumption that Elves is my favorite, right? That's probably accurate. I think that's the deck that I low key like playing a lot is Death and Taxes. Although I'm a boomer, so I play the 60 card version. The funny thing about Birds of Paradise is it does dodge Rough Tumble, which could be relevant. Also, the Malika Rebirth is like not realistic because we're a tap out deck. I realize, and I don't want to like leave mana up ever. It's one of the reasons why crop rotation on Wasteland is a little bit overrated too. Brotherhoods. I think that card is awful against elves for what it's worth. Like 3 mana is like a million, and it doesn't even hit 3/4s. Oh, they're on the aggro plan. Interesting. I mean, it's efficient in terms of sideboard. So I just don't know how effective it is against elves. Is the only thing. Like, are you gonna tap out 3 mana that potentially doesn't even do anything? What do we do here? I think we do that. I feel like they have a sweeper on the other side. The problem is our hand cannot play around it at the moment. Like we just like they have a fast clock, and I think we potentially die if we don't walk into it. They did that. That's like good, I guess. Maybe the one benefit we do have is there is a chance they think we did not keep a natural order, and that's why they aggressively force that. I mean, they kind of have to, right? Otherwise, we get endurance. We need this to miss. We really need this to miss. What do they reveal? Force? so this is gone now. Luckily, it did miss. It did miss. Iteration. Alright. They probably attack us for 7, go to 10. We fade a bolt potentially, and then hope to kill on the crackback. Wasteland, okay. And endurance here potentially stabilizes too. Sure. We'll go to 10. Go to 9 actually. They're gonna bobble us. They may. I don't think they have another days. Or I mean, regardless, we're not playing around it. That's pretty good. Not good enough, but pretty good. This chump block, it could be relevant down the road. I think we probably got it, but I mean, I don't want to guess. They still have Wasteland and a bunch of other stuff, potentially. I guess it covers a wider spread. I'd rather just play the better cards and choose the matchups I want to cover. I think it depends, right? So a lot of the people here in the Twitch chat are subscribed to my Patreon. I think everything is solved by using math, right? Like, just run the numbers on the sideboard optimization. Decide what you think the percentage is for each metagame and what you want to hose against. And then everything kind of answers itself, right? That's annoying. Oh! I screwed up. I'm supposed to use the Malakir. Freak. Okay, that's... annoying. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, I just like clicked through it. I'm like half mentally checked out too, for what it's worth. I know, right? That was just a misplay by my behalf. Otherwise, we would have won already. It's annoying. We have to dodge bolt here. Suddenly. Oh, I'm mad at myself. We had the game won already if I just like paid attention. Uh-oh. Alright. No harm done. Thank you. We got our pity 50 play points here. But a lot of signs found out, I guess. So we went 4-1, losing the 5-0 match in the first league. This league, we lost to an unbeatable Dreadnought hand, a modern deck, and then what were they on here? Oh, the White Initiative. What's it called?
We lost to the initiative deck, in which I don't even know if we misplayed or not. I forget. I felt like we are just behind like that game. Um, what do you think? Should we go ahead and discuss how we want to build this in the future or no? Here's what we play right now. I am fully convinced though that the elf version is better, right? Like we've splashed for colors, and I didn't feel like this was a garbage, garbage. Yeah, why don't we just build it real time here? All right, let's do it. Yeah, I mean most of the my patrons are here anyways on Twitch chat. So here's the list, and I think based on what we learned today, I'm playing Fatal Push, by the way, in the latest list, but um, actually let's start with this. This is just garbage. So take that out for how would I rebuild this? I think we definitely add back the lands. So one to the deck, I guess. There's one. Go to 22. I think the shepherds were quite good. Let's see if we can reverse engineer this. Right. And then we can play more dorks. That's like one thing we can do. We can even. There's one more here I'm missing. Here's the last dork. That gets us to 58. I definitely think we want the Wirewood and the Visionary. Where's the Visionary? Here's the Wirewood. Here's the Viz. That gets us to 60. And then we have 4 Grief. How do we make room for that? So in the other list, we have the 4 Endurances main. And what did we cut? There's one of each. Oh, there's a crop rotation. That's how we made room. So here, I think we have what, 6 dorks here too? Here we have 6 dorks. Maybe 5 is correct. I don't know, and maybe like 4 shepherds or something. Like turn them all into damage late game. I think it's probably fine. I think 4. The problem with this is like you get into a scenario where we have 4, 8, 9, 10 pitch cards. How about one of Kurin to do stuff with Artisan and get potential turn 2? Like there is like 0 value in my opinion. These turn 2, like you might as well play the Netto deck, right? If you want to turn 2 people. Do we really want to pitch Fiend? So that is the question, right? I did not really want to do this. I feel like why are we pitching arguably the best creature in the deck? Maybe, probably, in my opinion, the second best. Only because it's 2 mana, Reclaimer is 1. This, if you untap, it reads win target game. It's Dreadhorde, right? It's not as, it's more built around the Dreadhorde, but it kind of does the same thing. Do we really want to pitch? Yeah, so I don't know if I want to do that per se. Hard casting is hard, I think. Like, without, Bop and Ignoble. I think it's like probably not realistic. I think every time I've cast Grief today, hard cast, it was not with double Bayou. It was with 1 dork and a Bayou. So for whatever that's worth. Although I think we did find out like it is possible Grief is just better than Seize. So one thing that I can see is if there is a chance maybe we just switch Grief for Seize in the sideboard, and that might like make our combo matchup a little bit better. Worse against control, but maybe this is where we want to be. Like move to the sideboard, move to the sideboard. Are the lands from the ops interesting to increase pitch cards? The oops deck. The problem is it's black, right? Like It's possible because like we do have enough black cards. Like that is an interesting concept that I thought about earlier today, and then I like dismissed it because I thought Malakir could be interesting. Malakir was a disaster. Like I think there's no way around that. Um, I think this is definitely should be. Oops, what's the sideboard? Where's the force snuff out that I like? How about playing Death Ray? Seems like a nice deck. Yeah, I mean that would be nice. Yeah, I definitely like I felt like I lost to Delver like in the 5-0 match because I pitched Fiend, right? Like it's just like I'd rather mold a 6 than pitch Fiend, if that makes sense. I know and that's crazy to say, but I think maybe well, let me see. We play Grief main. We have better game against combo, but the problem is I don't really want to pitch Fiend in a fair matchup. It's like kind of unrealistic to catch to pitch Fiend as well. Let me think. How do we rectify that? Also, it is entirely possible we want the one of either Birchlore Rangers or Elves of Deep Shadow, right? Like probably Birchlore is better, I think. To hardcast the Grief, that might be like interesting. I don't know for sure. The safe way is definitely doing this, I think, and just like not playing the crop. Like, I guess that's enough, right? Maybe this even main. I don't know. Like we play this main. We're actually now we're short a card. Maybe just wanna like something like that. Can even see the fourth shepherd. The problem is I think we want. What is this sideboard? Yeah, I don't think we want to typically pitch Grief, and I don't know how realistic it is to hardcast Grief per se, like in a fair matchup, like without Bayou, right? Like when your man is under pressure. What should we do? There is like some merit to tutor for one. It seems like kind of like whatever's though. I can see like this too to fill it out, and then maybe like okay, what do we? We have 4 cards we need to bring in against Delver. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I apologize. So I can see maybe this is the upgrade we're looking for going forward. So it kind of looks like the other one, but replace. We have a crop rotation. I think the second one is kind of good here. More creatures, right? Crop rotation is. So we almost ended up with the other list, but here's the. We just swap out the seizes for griefs, and I think that might even be strong. It's like definitely higher variance though. So where's the fatal pushes? I must have lost them. Where did the fatal pushes go? Oh, here they are. So maybe something like that. I don't know. Could be viable. Also, Once Upon a Time can find a black pitch card potentially. Actually, I take that back. I should have done this. Like with 4 endurances, I think pitching a progenitus might come up pretty often. Um, and then we have another sideboard card, right? Like I think maybe the first C's or something. Oops. Yeah, I can see something like that, and then just having more sideboard cards as a result, right? Like the math is what against combo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. Still don't like pitch. Okay, 9 cards. I think that might be just barely enough. Sorry, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Gris probably not. And then Seize is 10. So that's like barely on the edge, right? I'm having enough cards for tempo. But I think it might be worth it. Like this is probably this. Also against like creature combo is just absurd because the Snuff Owls are coming into. I can see this being like the path going forward, especially since Once Upon a Time helps. Another thing that Mike recommended is that land. I forgot. It's like I forgot what the mortal lands are called. MDFC lands. All right. Oops. Wrong thing. I should just search up the oops all spells. Here. How often am I going to cast it? Triple black? Seems unlikely. Return from your graveyard to any number of target. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to hardcast it with triple black. I don't know if there's another black spell, but the other one was just like really bad, I think. The Malika Rebirth. So this might be it. The good thing is it does save one combo slot potentially. And then this is like saving mana in the combo mirror is like pretty huge, especially on the draw. So I'll play around with this going forward. I think it's obvious, and it's possible the griefs and the endurances should be flipped as well, but I am not 100% sure yet. The grief being worse against Delver is a big problem. All right. Anyways, let's see who is streaming right now. Pioneer, Modern, the Ham is drafting. Thank you, everyone. Here's my socials again. For everybody who's tuned in today, I think we probably learned a lot. I think, like, the grief felt pretty consistent for what it's worth, and I think the mana matters. Probably not a fair card though to be for what it's worth. Like, I didn't really want to hardcast it, and I did miss the Alex Shepard pumping all my stuff late game. All right, we're gonna go ahead and raid Connor Man 11. Thank you everyone again for tuning in, and I appreciate it as always. This video will also be uploaded on YouTube and available on Twitch for once. I would say yeah, it's kind of a sweet discovery. I think it's been known, but like we don't think about it too much. But thank you again for tuning in.